Cobb County Fire says a fire at an apartment complex was caused by a lightning strike. This happened on Riverside Parkway. We're told roughly 25 residents were displaced, but luckily no one was hurt. A bit of good news this morning as officials continue to monitor contamination on a long stretch of the Chattahoochee River. E. coli levels are high, but they've stabilized, and phosphorus levels are going down. A malfunction at Fulton County's largest wastewater plant sent half-treated sewage into the river last week. Anything downstream of the Chattahoochee Nature Center is now shut down to visitors. E. coli levels are at 100,000 there instead of the limit, which is at 200, and that's 500 times the limit. On Monday, crews were able to at least disinfect the water that's getting dumped into the river, and county officials say drinking water is not impacted. Today, many of us will be celebrating July 4th holiday with food, friends, and fireworks. South Fulton Police have a special team in place today to keep your 4th of July safe. 11 Alive's Don White has more on their plans.
Police here in the city of South Fulton have the REACT team ready to go for the July 4th holiday. The officers are specially trained and have gear such as shields in case of any major incidents. Fireworks can be beautiful, but South Fulton Police Major Marcus Denard wants people to know the importance of using them correctly.
All week long, we've been sending out posts on Facebook and social media in reference to safety. We ask that if you celebrate, make sure you're doing it within measures that you won't get injured or we won't have any fatalities or injuries as a result of this celebration.
The city has a special response team similar to the team used at Rick Ross's recent car show.
We've actually prepared a response team that'll be on call during the peak times of fireworks. This team will be prepared to respond to the city in case of an emergency.
South Fulton allows people to shoot off fireworks on July 4th until 11:59 p.m. You can get a citation after that.
Once patrol actually is dispatched to a call concerning fireworks, or they see a call, see a person shoot fireworks, they'll actually pull up on the individual and educate them on the safety of these fireworks.
Denard also wants people to know you can be charged with illegal discharge of a weapon for celebratory gunfire.
Sometimes people do celebratory firing. When they fire in the air, they don't understand that bullet comes down twice that speed and it may hit an innocent person.
More than 10,000 people were injured and 11 people died from fireworks last year. In the city of South Fulton, Don White, 11 Alive News.
Happening today, Powder Springs is hosting its 4th annual 4th of July celebration near Thurman Springs Park. It's free and there's a lot happening: a classic and modern car show, live bands, foods, arts and crafts, and of course there will be lots of kids activities and fireworks. The festivities, they kick off at 6 p.m. and the fireworks start later that night at 9:30. You'll find all the details on the City of Powder Springs website. And in Sandy Springs, there will be a lighting up of the night sky with their annual Stars and Stripes fireworks celebration. The lawn opens at 4 p.m. Fireworks start at 9:30 p.m. Food trucks, they'll be open at 6 p.m. You can also bring your own picnic or you can purchase food from a nearby restaurant. Only alcoholic beverages sold on site are allowed, and you can't bring tents or sparklers. And in Woodstock, there will be a race, parade, family-friendly festival, and fireworks. The first event starts later this morning at 7 a.m. and you can find all those details on woodstockga.gov. Today in Marietta, fireworks start at 8 p.m. There will also be a fireworks show tonight in Decatur, Stone Mountain, and at Six Flags. For a full list of fireworks shows near you, visit our website, 11alive.com. But if you're planning to light fireworks yourself tonight, here's a friendly reminder for you this morning. You have to be 18 or older to buy fireworks. Any consumer fireworks are legal to purchase in Georgia. That includes bottle rockets, Roman candle fireworks, and a whole lot more. Georgia law says if you have to stop by midnight on the 4th, but if there's a noise ordinance where you live, you might need to stop even sooner. As far as where you can light those fireworks, every neighborhood has its own rules, but the average Joe is not allowed to light fireworks in state or public parks or on the highway. Now, those are the basics. If you want more information, we have more details on Georgia's firework laws online, and visit our website, 11alive.com. Now, the day is here. The AJC Peachtree Road Race. We're here with our very own Chesley McNeil. You're standing on your heel, tall. Chesley, a lot of people excited to see you today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them as well. Yeah, we're here at Cardiac Hill, about 12 stories in less than a mile that they have to climb here, about 7 miles into the race, and the roads are still open. Folks are still getting about, out and about. They will close these streets just in a few, and that race will get underway. How about the forecast for today? We're looking at, clouds overhead right now. We're not anticipating any rain coming our way, at least until we get toward this evening. We do have mostly cloudy skies out there. There's some fog in some spots, and it's very, very patchy, not very widespread. Anticipating showers. Now, a shower could break out at any time, but more likely once we get past 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Temperatures are running in the 70s. Yes, it's a touch muggy on the outside. The humidity is going to be high, of course, in the morning. That's when we expect it to be. We'll start to fall a little bit as we head through the day. As far as your temperatures go for the AJC Peachtree Road Race, you're looking at temperatures getting up to 76 degrees by 8. By 10 o'clock, we'll be at 81, and runners and walkers will start to feel it by then. We are starting off with a code yellow. That means caution for runners. So if you're coming out here this morning, know that there is a caution flag in place. You need to take the necessary precautions. If you're going to be running, if you drink, hopefully you're hydrated already, but you need to take caution. That could go up to a level red by the time we get toward the end of the race, so we'll be watching out for that as we go along. Again, high temperatures today will be right near 90 degrees and a few thunderstorms coming in by this afternoon. Ariana, back to you.
Chesley, in just minutes, we're getting a first look at the two newest official members of the Atlanta Hawks who just signed on and will be hitting the court soon.
Storms are rolling in.
Pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and...
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using...
To get to where you need to go, we've
runners to come up and say, hey, where's the sign in? Where's the registration? Like, we want to check in for the morning. Like, whoa, talk about here a little bit early because the wheelchair races don't take off until 6:25. Right. So, wow, a lot of excitement.
Yeah, so we are here at Lenox Square, of course, always the start line here for the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and we're really close to the Buckhead MARTA station. So if MARTA is your way to come, it's really convenient. They'll get you here and you can start your day. You know, it's fun. This is the world's largest 10K, right? Yes. So the logistics are kind of mind-blowing, but once you come, you kind of forget that all happens because they make it so easy. 20,000 volunteers are helping pull this off today. It's pretty extraordinary how many people run it and then how many people work it, add in how many people watch it. It feels like the entire city is together to start off this 4th of July.
Not only the entire city, but other countries. We have all 50 states represented in the race today, and we have at least 8 other countries participating, I know for sure, in the wheelchair races. We have Costa Rica, we have Canada, Colombia. So we are just really making this a worldwide thing every year. And what's so cool is that each year, ever since the pandemic, we see it coming back and coming back and coming back. So the feeling, the true feeling of 4th of July in Atlanta and the AJC Peachtree Road Race, I feel like we're finally getting back to that in multiple areas. We talk about travel. So many people excited to celebrate the 4th with their families. And so that's a really cool perspective to know that, you know, this is really going to be an exciting day and feel like the old days.
Yeah, you know, you're so right, because sometimes when you don't have something, you realize how much it means. And that is what this race feels like, because somehow it didn't feel quite complete when this wasn't the thing that kicked off 4th of July for everybody here and people from all over the country. I love your point. I think the furthest is Melbourne, Australia or something. And then virtual races happening at service bases overseas as well. So kind of a special way we can all be here together just to start the holiday.
And one person who knows about the traditions of the Peachtree Road Race and who has been telling some fantastic stories of all the participants this year, 11 Alive's Jerry Carnes joining us this morning. Jerry, how's it looking where you are? Good morning to you, sir.
Well, they have been set up here since yesterday. Still a lot of work to do, of course, and you see the volunteers back behind me working here at the finish line. And if anybody else knows about the finish line of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, it is Betty Lindbergh. She is not going to win this year's race, but believe me, this 98-year-old makes history every 4th of July. Betty Lindbergh doesn't hold back when she talks about her performance on Peachtree Street a year ago when she was 97 years old.
It was terrible. I had to stop at least 6, 7, 8 times. I was hurting.
Like she does every year, Betty vowed she would never take part in another AJC Peachtree Road Race, only to change her mind. Before moving south, Betty lived in Minnesota, North Dakota, and Chicago. She and her husband both worked for Northwest Airlines. When the company moved them to Atlanta in 1958, running was not a part of her routine. She was 64 years old when she got her first taste of the Peachtree. The Atlanta tradition grabbed her and hasn't let go.
I wonder if these youngsters that start in their teens, maybe even high school, if I had started at that age, I maybe would have been tired of running. I mean, I don't know. I really don't think many of them last until 98.
We have followed Betty through the years, from her Peachtree adventures to the age group world record she has set on the track. Preparing for Peachtree at the age of 98 brought a couple of new twists, a dietitian and a training plan prepared by a running expert. Each year seems to bring more cameras, more microphones, more attention. Betty wonders, why all the fuss?
It does give me some pleasure, but I'm really astonished that people think it's something great. I mean, I feel so good.
Betty Lindbergh already has an eye on next year and the 55th running of the Peachtree. She'll be 2 months short of her 100th birthday. After that, what about one more?
Who knows? I probably will be dull enough to try it. It's the 4th of July. Everybody's celebrating the independence of our country. And then to have an occasion when you're doing the largest 10K in the world, you just say, well, I'm really participating in a lot of good things for this one day.
To top it all, there's now a great-granddaughter to cheer her on. Maybe, just maybe, tiny Gwen will inherit great-grandma's longevity and her passion for Peachtree. I am so impressed by Betty Lindbergh every time I talk to her. What an amazing woman. She has missed only one Peachtree since 1989. She'll be in the run this year. Chesley McNeil, she's going to pass you there at the halfway point at Cardiac Hill. Watch for her. Remind her to hydrate. It's going to be a warm one this morning.
It is going to be a warm one, Jerry, and I had the pleasure of interviewing her last year at this time with her family. Came right on up to me, gave me a high five and a hug, and then we interviewed her live on TV, which is very good. So I'm looking forward to seeing Betty once again in this year's AJC Peachtree Road Race. Now, it is going to be a warm one out there, folks. Yeah, it's humid. We got a little bit of a breeze blowing between some of these buildings here, but and that should start off fine. But once that sun starts to rise, it's really going to start to heat up. Let's take a look at our forecast for today and start you off with the radar. It does show we have the clouds in place. Mostly cloudy skies on the outside. I can see a little bit of moonlight peeking through those clouds, but for the most part, we'll be dealing with the clouds for the morning. Temperatures are starting off in the 70s. It's a bit of a muggy start. We do have a couple 60s around. If you're over toward Carrollton, you're at 68 degrees, 67 degrees in Blairsville, 65 up toward Clayton at the current hour. The wazometer for today, we're going to give it a 6. I know you've been waiting on that number. You got plans all afternoon long, and you got cookouts, perhaps fireworks later on. 6 today. 40% chance for those scattered showers and thunderstorms popping up again this afternoon. Likely after 2 p.m. is when you'll see that. 90 for your afternoon high temperature today. When you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel a lot hotter than that. It's going to feel like the mid-90s out there today. Wide photo shows that we still have a couple thunderstorms dying out over into Alabama, southern portions of the state. There is a stationary boundary that's cutting the state just in half there. Right along that boundary is where you're going to get these thunderstorms popping up. In fact, there is a level 1 threat for severe weather, as you can see, from Dallas, stretches all the way over to Charleston. We are included in that level 1. That is a marginal risk for severe weather. What does that mean? Well, isolated strong to severe thunderstorms will be possible. Some of the winds in some of those thunderstorms could be up to about 58, maybe up to 60 miles per hour. So we'll have to be on the lookout for that, maybe even some small hail. You'll notice as those thunderstorms start to get closer to your area, because the winds will start to pick up on you a little bit, and then here comes that heavy rain, frequent lightning as well. We saw some of that in the area yesterday as well in a few spots. So once again today, we're looking at pretty much the same. Forecast track model plays it out beautifully for us. You notice how we start off with the clouds, and I do have to tell you that there is some foggy spots out there, so you may be driving in and out of a few foggy areas. Once we get toward past 2, 3 o'clock, that's when we start to see some of these scattered showers beginning to develop. Embedded in a couple of those will be those thunderstorms, and it's there where we can see the heavy rain and also those winds picking up a little bit, again up to 58, maybe 60 miles per hour, which would reach the criteria for severe weather. We'll watch for that and notice how things begin to break down once we get past about 7, 8 o'clock. Good news for the fireworks tonight. Now, expecting those showers to be around. We'll hold on to a very slight chance for showers as we head toward the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour. Most fireworks taking place at dusk, so the sun will set closer to 9 o'clock tonight, and so that's when we're expecting those fireworks to take off. 9:30, closer to 10 o'clock, we'll be seeing those fireworks shows. We will have the clouds in place, but it is a nice display when you have those clouds, when you have the fireworks ricocheting off some of those clouds. So that's pretty cool. And then as we head into the day tomorrow, expecting pretty much the same. We'll have a partly sunny start to the day on Wednesday, and then scattered showers, thunderstorms will pop up once again. It's going to remain stormy in the forecast pretty much all week long. We are looking at temperatures in the 90s right on through Friday, Saturday, even into Sunday. We're going to hold on to a slight chance for some scattered showers, thunderstorms each and every afternoon. The temperatures will remain on the hot side. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Chesley. Switching gears now, the Braves still red hot with a win over Cleveland, and of course a lot of that is thanks to the home run ball, but one starting pitcher has been great so far this season and is now one of 8 Braves to be named to the All-Star game. Bryce Elder actually began the season in AAA as the Gwinnett Stripers opening day starter. Now he quickly rejoined the Braves and has been at the top of the league in ERA for the majority of the year, and now he's heading to Seattle next week as an All-Star.
You know, just kind of part of the process in a sense. You know, I mean, I didn't get that 5th spot that I wanted to, but I felt good about where I was at with my stuff, and I just tried to just keep going and play the long game, and it ended up working out. We got a long way to go, so we gotta stay at it. I throw tomorrow, so be ready to go.
Another Braves All-Star, Ronald Acuna Jr., has been named the Player of the Month for the month of June and the Player of the Week for the last week. Acuna will start in the outfield next week in Seattle for the All-Star game. As the NBA offseason continues to go crazy, one former Bulldog isn't going anywhere. According to ESPN, Anthony Edwards has agreed to a 5-year rookie max contract extension with the Minnesota Timberwolves that could be worth up to, get this, $260 million. And this morning, we're getting our first look at the newest official member of the Atlanta Hawks. They've signed draft picks Kobe Buffkin and Muhammad Gay to their rookie contracts. The duo will be on the court together later this week when Summer League starts. A major upset on the tennis court Monday afternoon. Atlanta native Coco Gauff lost to fellow American Sophia Kenin. Now in 3 sets, it's the earliest Gauff has ever knocked out of singles. At Wimbledon tomorrow, she will play in women's doubles. Still have some local flavor on the men's side. Fresh off of winning his first ATP title Saturday, Atlanta native and former Georgia Tech star Christopher Eubanks. He will make his main draw debut at Wimbledon, happening today, representing his country on July 4th, playing versus Thiago Monteiro around 11 a.m. right here in Atlanta. Next, who these high schoolers are running for and honoring this 4th of July.
If you severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storm.
Some run to stay in shape, others run to compete, but one Ackworth family of 6 runs to spend time together, and they usually do it every day at this exact same time. Pretty early, right? But today they plan to use the AJC Peachtree Road Race to hit a special milestone together. Christy Diaz has the story.
In the early morning hours, when the deer quietly graze and the sidewalks are still dark, count on one thing to break the silence of the night.
And today we're going on our morning run.
This Ackworth family, feet pounding the pavement for their daily run.
Girl Kelly, Father Abraham, right here, and their children.
Turning silence to singing.
As many silence, as many sunshine, Father Abraham.
As the sun begins to rise.
We're at 3.37. Like a little over a mile and a half left.
Every morning at 4:30, Mom and Dad, Kelly and Abe Owen, and their 3 girls, Elle, Lily, Kate, and Brinkley, peel themselves out of bed to run together. Their youngest, Blaze, stays home for now.
We usually get up about, I guess, a little before 5. Try to be out the door by 5.
I've learned to not think. You just do. You can't, because you will always justify not running at 4:30 in the morning. But you never regret going.
This love of running started with the parents who ran their first Peachtree together 25 years ago in 1998 when they first started dating. Together, they've tackled marathons on the road and in life. 4 kids later, they've passed the running gene down to the next generation. Their 2 oldest daughters run cross country for Harrison High School. Their youngest 2, Blaze and Brinkley, run with Junior Hoyas, the middle school running program. That's what inspired them to start running their neighborhood together to help the girls train for cross country. But they all say it's become more than that.
Like, help motivate each other and push each other, which I feel like has been helped us get closer.
I get excited just to be there with all my children, and running is something that it's just sweet to see your kids fall in love with something that you have fallen in love with and just follow in your footsteps.
5 of the Owens have run the Peachtree before, but this year, for their 25th anniversary run, they're taking the whole family, all 6 of them, tackling Peachtree Road together on the 4th of July.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting because we're all doing it together.
Every other day of the year,
enjoy our run.
They'll be here, back on the sidewalks of Ackworth before sunrise, running with and for each other.
Try the camera. It's a little shaky, y'all.
Always reaching whatever the finish line is, together.
Good job, guys. Good job.
In Cobb County, Christy Diaz, 11 Alive News.
Today, 10 Metro Atlanta high schoolers are running the Peachtree for a very special reason. Jakari Wade is one of the Clarkston High School students who's running in honor of Ahmaud Arbery.
I mean, that's something that he loved to do. This is also how he, left us. So this is just a continuation of being with him and remembering him.
This will be Jakari's 3rd time running this race. He says his mission is to connect with the community and honor Ahmaud Arbery, a young black man who was gunned down while out for a jog. The Atlanta Track Club, which puts on the Peachtree each year, also helps stage the first Run with Ahmaud 5K. The race benefits the Arbery Foundation and promotes mental and physical wellness among young black men. It's a mission now echoed in Atlanta's biggest July 4th event.
And the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air.
That was a listen to Chris Robinson. Today he'll be singing the national anthem at the start line of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. While the men's elite runners line up to take off after the national anthem, the Air National Guard will do a flyover around 6:56 this morning. Still ahead, it's race day and it's going to be a very hot one. How runners can prepare and stay safe while out in the heat. And we'll introduce you to a duo taking part in the Peachtree today, 1 year after they met under scary circumstances just a mile into the race.
wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now...
11 Alive Morning News starts now.
Good morning, everybody. It is 5 a.m. We are glad you are starting your 4th of July with us here, broadcasting live from the AJC Peachtree Road Race start line. I'm Aisha Howard.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim, and it won't be too long before 50,000 people join us here to celebrate this 4th of July, the 54th running. What a great tradition for the city that brings the city together, brings people from all over the state here, and also from every state in the country will be represented. What a tradition we have here, the largest 10K in the world.
And even people from multiple countries coming in here to Atlanta, enjoying our beautiful city and enjoying a tradition that we have come to know and love every year on the 4th of July. We have the honor to give you guys a behind the scenes look at 0 dark 30 before the sun even comes up with all of these volunteers and what happens behind the scenes to make this day go off as smooth as possible. Right now, how you feeling with the forecast? How you feeling?
Well, I feel like it feels like the 4th of July. It feels a little muggy, as Chesley would say. We got the muggies out here.
Yeah.
It's not as hot as it has been. And we've got team coverage for you. Chesley will tell you all about the weather. He's at his normal spot on Cardiac Hill.
All the ladies getting ready to run by Chesley. They're waking up this morning, getting ready, knowing they're going to see him at that spot. But then we have Jerry Carnes, who has been giving us some really inspirational stories throughout our AJC Peachtree Road Race coverage. But first, let's send it over to Chesley McNeil for really how it's feeling.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate that. We are looking at a very muggy day, as Cheryl said. It's going to be a muggy start on the outside, but good for runners, I think, especially those that are the elite runners. You have to run early before the sun begins to start to rise in the sky and start to heat things up. We do also have clouds on the outside as well. That's a good start for us as well. We have mostly cloudy skies, no rain coming out of those clouds at all, at least for this morning. A chance for a shower can happen at any time, but I think it's a little bit more likely once we get toward the afternoon. We do have some foggy spots as well. You may be driving in and out of that if you're heading down here. Check out the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Temperature-wise, 70s, folks. Yeah, it's a muggy start. We got temperatures down into the 70s, even some 60s out there. 68 degrees over toward Carrollton. You're at 68 in Blairsville. 73 degrees right now in Atlanta. 70 in Peachtree. 71 degrees up toward Dalton at the current hour. The AJC Peachtree Road Race forecast. You're looking at temperatures around 76 degrees by 8. By 10, we'll be at 81. So the longer we go into the morning, or the later we go into the morning, you'll see the humidity start to drop a little bit, but those temperatures will start to go up. We'll be in the 80s again by 10 o'clock. So all the walkers out there know that they're going to have the sun, and it's going to warm you up. We are starting off the race with a code yellow. That means caution. Runners should take heed to that because we have such high humidity, at least starting off this morning. It gets a little bit hard to breathe. And so whatever necessary precautions you're going to need to make to adjust for the race, you need to do so. Highs today will be right near 90 degrees this afternoon, so it will be a hot one. And when you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like the mid to upper 90s out there this afternoon. Early afternoon is the best time to get your barbecue in. After 2 o'clock is we'll start to see some of those scattered showers, thunderstorms popping up once again. We're going to talk about that in the full forecast coming up. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chesley, thank you. And we know we tell some awesome stories from our community surrounding this yearly tradition. But what I love over the most recent years, we've really seen the youth taking off, getting involved, and especially running for change.
Yeah, they want to make every step count. Paula Suro has the story.
It's almost time for the AJC Peachtree Road Race, where 50,000 runners are expected to participate. Now, about 10 of those runners will be crossing the finish line in honor of Ahmaud Arbery. They are all students from Clarkston High School who are also part of Atlanta nonprofit Lead Ambassadors. The nonprofit focuses on using athletics to empower Black girls and boys in the community to live, as they say, lives of significance. The students, including Jakari Wade, say their goal is to keep Ahmaud's memory alive, doing what he did before he was murdered in Brunswick, Georgia back in 2020. This is Wade's third year running in the race.
It's something that he loved to do. This is also how he, left us. So this is just a continuation of being with him and remembering him. It helped me build character and understanding of myself. But it's things out here being aware, a lot of awareness, building relationships, maintaining relationships, stuff like that.
The nonprofit they are part of also worked with ATL Track Club and Adidas to create this graffiti-inspired backdrop to welcome runners as they finish the race tomorrow. We wish Wade and his fellow classmates good luck tomorrow. And if you're interested in learning more about their organization and their cause, head on over to 11alive.com.
Just a meaningful reason to run the race. And there are so many amazing stories that we'll be sharing throughout the morning. Everybody who comes to this start line has a reason they're here, and the stories are always pretty inspiring.
You guys are going to be joining us all morning here from the start line, but for now, let's send it back to the studio with Ariana Maniz for your top headlines of the morning. Ariana, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Switching gears, we are following a developing story for you this morning. DeKalb County Police say they need your help finding this man and a little girl. They say Camille Jones was kidnapped by her father, Jeffrey Jones. They were last seen in May on Wesley Club Drive in Decatur, and now police fear the two may have left the state. If you have seen them or know anything about where they can be, you're asked to call police immediately. We've got their pictures on our website at 11alive.com. Also this morning, officials are continuing to monitor contamination on a long stretch of the Chattahoochee River. E. coli levels are high, but they've been stabilized, and phosphorus levels are going down. A malfunction at Fulton County's largest wastewater plant sent half-treated sewage into the river last week. Anything downstream of the Chattahoochee Nature Center is now shut down to visitors. E. coli levels are at 100,000 there instead of the limit, which is at 200, and that's 500 times the limit. Crews are able to at least disinfect the water that's getting dumped into the river, and county officials say drinking water is not impacted. All right, we are gearing up for the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Chesley McNeil's on Cardiac Hill. It's going to be a hot one. Are you ready for the race, Chesley?
Of course I'm ready for the race. Don't I look ready for the race? No, I'm not running. Never get a chance to run. People always ask me, why don't you run? Well, I got to be here to root the people on, keep them going. 7 miles into the race after coming up this steep hill, they need me. Maybe not. Here's the forecast. We're looking at clouds. This is our forecast track model. It shows where we have the clouds in place. Then once we get toward the afternoon, that's when we're expecting to see some of those isolated showers begin to pop up. Some of those thunderstorms could be on the strong to severe side, so we'll have to watch out for that. Staying cloudy as we head into the evening. That's where we'll see some of those fireworks out there. Here's your forecast for today. Looking at temperatures hitting 85 degrees by noon, on our way to near 90 for an afternoon high. We'll give it a 40% chance for some scattered showers to be around. Wind should stay on the light side today. Less than about 10 miles per hour, just adding to the stickiness out there. Hey, you're going out to see the fireworks tonight? Know that, again, showers should be ending around the 8 o'clock hour. Once we get to 9, there is a slight chance that we could see a shower ending. For the most part, we should just see mostly cloudy skies out there. That's when most of the fireworks will begin tonight. As we head towards 7 o'clock, temperatures down to about 78 degrees. So all you need really is your short sleeves, maybe a hat to go along with it, and get ready for those boom, those fireworks out there. All right, prior to that is where you'll see, again, those thunderstorms. We're expecting thunderstorms to be in the area after 2 o'clock. I'll give it a window from 2 to about 8 o'clock before things begin to settle down, and your fireworks should be okay in most spots if you're going to be out and about. Ariana, back to you.
All right, thank you, Chesley. Coming up this morning, this year will be the final race for a runner who has been lacing up his sneakers for every AJC Peachtree Road Race since 1970. We'll introduce you to him in about 4 minutes. Plus, it is July 4th, so we will have a list of some of the places that you can go and watch some fireworks today. Stick around, we'll be right back.
A Thunder Truck, a mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck, a mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
we could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment.
Good morning, everybody. So we had this crowd of people right behind us, and we didn't know who they were. I said, if you don't want to be on TV, you should move. And then they said, well, this is your Oh Say Can You Sing contest winner.
Chris, I'm so
Good
excited.
morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Okay, what's the routine for the vocal cords?
Just start with just drinking something warm. And then start with like a 15 to 20 minute warm up.
Okay.
With the voice. I was doing that in the car, and just chill. Just wait for the.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
Wow, that's That's terrific. Congratulations for being our winner. We can't wait to hear you sing this morning.
Thank you so much.
What a treat to have you just to, pop up here. You got a fan club over here. Who's with you?
He's got a whole section watching.
I got my aunt, my Auntie Kina. Shout out Auntie K.
Okay.
Give him a wave, everybody. Say good morning.
I have my mom right here, my cousin Sean, my brother Connor, my Uncle Dave, and my dad right here.
I love it. It's a family affair.
We are so proud of you.
Thank
Congratulations.
You so much.
It was steep competition, but you came out on top.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, we can't wait to hear you later today.
I can't wait either. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
What a cool treat.
I love it. It's a family event in lots of ways for the 54th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. And I love that. People of all ages, from all backgrounds. It's amazing. Our youngest runners are 10. And then we have many runners in their 90s today. It's pretty amazing.
Oh, I can't wait to see Miss Betty. She's 98. When you guys see her, she is full of spice and full of life. But we are starting to see the transition happen with some of our, historic runners saying it's finally time to hang it up.
Yeah, there is one person who has been here for every race since it began in the very beginning, 54 years ago. Jerry Carnes is joining us now with Bill's story. Bill is iconic. The first year of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, there were 150 runners, 110 crossed that finish line, and Bill Thorne was one of them.
Good morning. He was indeed, and this is going to be a very, very different AJC Peachtree Road Race. The first time ever that we won't see Bill Thorne running through the streets of Atlanta. Over the years, he has taken part in the AJC Peachtree Road Race despite challenges, like one year he ran despite a sprained ankle. Another year he was undergoing a bout with prostate cancer, took part in the race anyway, but at the age of 92, his family has finally convinced him it's time to hang it up. Tell me about that first Peachtree.
Well, it was some awful looking outfits that everybody wore because there was no set outfit. I ran in my old Ripple Soles coaching shoes, and you always had socks. I don't remember whether they were long or what, but you just put together just about anything. 154 entered it, and only 110 finished.
What hooked you on it, on that particular race?
I just guess my whole background and the way I was structured. I would just show up every year and go, and no one ever started saying anything about it until the 25th year. And that's what they gave me, the 25th year. And then after the 50th one, they gave me that.
What's your fondest memory from the race?
My granddaughter has run it with me before all the way, and so has Cheryl. At one time, I had a whole bunch of them in the family.
What made you decide that's enough, I can't do another one?
That was a hard decision. My two daughters, they have a lot of influence with me, and I'm well done.
Did they feel like it had just gotten too much for you?
I'd say they lean towards that, yeah.
What are you going to miss most about participating in Peachtree?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm kind of relieved. I'm kind of glad. Oh, I'm definitely at peace with it now, yeah.
Bill Thorne has had some balance issues. He uses a walker to get around. Despite that, he still works out 6 days a week. He is going to serve as the Grand Master of today's race, so he'll be taking part. He just won't be running. The Peachtree Road Race is in his blood. That's it for our coverage right now of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We'll be back in just a bit, but for now, let's go back to Ariana Manise in the studio with more of today's news. Ariana.
All right, thank you, Jerry. Happening today, Powder Springs is hosting its 4th annual 4th of July celebration near Thurman Springs Springs Park. It's free and there's a lot happening. A classic and modern car show, live bands, food, arts and crafts, and of course there's a kids activities area and fireworks. It all starts at 6 p.m. tonight and the fireworks show is at 9:30 to 10. You'll find all the details on the City of Powder Springs website. Now in Sandy Springs, they will be lighting up the night sky with their annual Stars and Stripes fireworks celebration. The lawn opens at 4 p.m. and music starts at 7:30 p.m. Fireworks, those things will kick off at 9:30 p.m. Food trucks will open at 6 p.m. You can also bring your own picnic or purchase food from a nearby restaurant. Only alcoholic beverages sold on site are allowed, and you are not allowed to bring tents or sparklers. And in Woodstock, there will be a race, parade, family-friendly festival, and fireworks. The first event is at 7 a.m. and you can find all those details on woodstockga.gov. Jesley?
Good morning, everyone. On Cardiac Hill, I'm meteorologist Chesley McNeil, getting you ready for the AJC Peachtree Road Race and the humid weather that we're going to have around today. It's the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July for you folks. And you would expect the weather to be like it is this time of year. And it's not going to disappoint you, unfortunately. We're starting off with clouds and some showers trying to come out those clouds. Again, the chance for a shower in the forecast at any time today, but a little bit more likely once we get toward the afternoon. I'm thinking after 2 o'clock, we'll start to see some of those thunderstorms begin to break out. Temperatures are in the 70s. It's muggy on the outside, to say the least. 70 right now, Peachtree City. 71 Duluth. You're at 72 degrees in Marietta. 70 up toward George's Rome. 68 in Blairsville. 68 also over into Carrollton, if you want to call those some cool spots. Your whizometer number for today is a 6. 6 out of a possible 11 today. We got a 40% chance for those scattered showers and thunderstorms. 90 will be the high temperature. When you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like the mid to upper 90s out there. So dress accordingly. Your red, white, and blue, perhaps, and loose fitting clothing. Now you'll notice on our radar satellite composite, it does show some of those thunderstorms ending right along this boundary that you see here. The stationary boundary is where we're going to have some of those thunderstorms begin to break out. We are in the line of fire for that. We got a level 1 threat. That dark green that you see there is a level 1 threat for severe weather, meaning that an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm is certainly possible today. You've seen it off and on as we headed through the last couple of days. You're looking at the wind starting to pick up on you. The skies will get a little dark, and then frequent ground to cloud to ground lightning will take place as well. That will be the case as we head into the afternoon. I'm thinking after 2-3 o'clock is when we'll start to see some of those thunderstorms beginning to fire up. The good news is that by the time we get toward about 8-9 o'clock, it should be winding down once we lose the daytime heating. We'll still have the clouds in place for your fireworks, which is good because it's good to see them ricocheting off the clouds. But we'll do it all over again as we head into Wednesday. We'll have a few of those clouds around, and then partly sunny skies by mid-morning, and then those thunderstorms will start to pop up once again. We'll do it again on Thursday as well, down to a 30% chance by then. Notice that it stays hot. Temperatures will be in the 90s throughout the rest of the week. When you factor in humidity, of course, it's going to feel a lot warmer than that. Time for your Weather Wow moment of the day. This one coming for us from Hiawassee. Beautiful shot there of the mountains and the clouds. Like that. Want to see your Weather Wow moments as well? Easiest way to share them is on our 11 Live Storm Checker Facebook page. You can post your videos and your photos. We'll show them right here on the show. Hey, happy 4th to you. Make it a great and safe day. Ariana, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Chesley. Coming up this morning, after collapsing during last year's AJC Peachtree Road Race, a heart attack survivor is running this year with someone who made a difference for them on that difficult day. Coming up next.
Can plan ahead by what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and...
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive.
Good morning from the start line of the 54th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We love this tradition for the 4th of July. It just makes it feel like the holiday is official. 50,000 people will be running this year, and we see the volunteers have been hard at work, and the start line is ready to go.
We have, again, that 50,000 people getting ready to make that 6.2-mile trek from Buckhead, ending in Midtown at Piedmont Park. And as they come out, there is surely a fight to the finish line for a lot of these people.
Yeah, Caitlin Ross has a story of one duo who will be working towards that finish line, proving that the struggle is worth every step.
Use tires of ball. That's a traffic violation.
Officer Melinda Lim isn't going to write Willie Hatchett a ticket.
Make sure you get that.
But their story spells out inspiration.
She cares about the people, the relationship in the community.
Willie met Officer Lim on the AJC Peachtree Road Race course last year, but he never saw her.
And I heard so many great things about her, how she cared for me.
He was just a mile into the race when he went down.
I collapsed a mile into the race.
Willie suffered cardiac arrest, and Officer Lim was the first to respond.
Everything was moving, everybody was running, and all of a sudden I see Willie just stop, and he just collapsed.
Doctors and nurses on the course rushed in to help.
We just kept taking turns doing CPR because it was so hot, it was so strenuous.
After they got Willie into the ambulance, Officer Lim didn't see him again for months.
I was worried about Willie. I needed to know if he was okay. It was very concerning to me because he was down for so long.
When Willie got out of the hospital, the two built a friendship, step by step.
Willie is a great father, he's a great friend, he's a great husband. I have heard nothing but great things about him.
Those small steps adding up to a big idea.
Officer Lim told me, if you want to do it, I would do it with you.
They plan to walk Peachtree together next week. Their friendship will endure long past the finish line.
There'll be some times when I'm having a hard day at work and I forget why I do what I do. And then I remember Willie. I remember you're one of the reasons why I do what I do.
Reporting in Atlanta, Caitlin Ross, 11 Alive News.
Still to come this morning, more from the start line of the AJC Peachtree Road Race.
And our team coverage, Chesley McNeil at Cardiac Hill, Jerry Carnes at the finish line. Our special coverage returns right after this.
Ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now...
11 Alive Morning News starts now.
Welcome back to the start line of the 54th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. I'm Cheryl Preheim here with Aisha Howard, and I just heard a walkie-talkie, and they said we're 1 hour from the first race, which is our wheelchair racers. There are 62 competitors, and that race is always incredibly inspiring. The strength, and it's really something to watch.
The athleticism of these athletes is just phenomenal to witness. So we hope you guys stick around to watch that. For that 6.2 mile course, we're talking 2,500 strokes on these wheelchairs that are specialty, lose a little bit of gravity to help them get up and down and to help them navigate this very hilly course. It is just such a great opportunity for us to just witness how they get this done. It is always an awesome sight to see for the race.
No doubt. So they take off at 6:25. The question is, what will the weather be like between now and then? The humidity has arrived for this 4th of July. Chesley, how are our temperatures?
Hey, well, the temperatures go right along with that humidity. It makes it feel just a little bit warmer out here. We got a slight breeze between these buildings. I can tell you right now, they have officially shut down the roads here on Peachtree, right across the street from Piedmont Hospital here in Cardiac Hill. So we're about ready to begin, folks. Weather will greet you this morning with some mugginess. We do have clouds overhead right now, mostly cloudy skies on the outside. That's the way it's going to be for pretty much the morning hours. I think we'll start to see some breaks in those clouds once we get toward mid-morning. That way the sun will start to poke right on through. Our radar right now showing some light showers up to our north, just north of the city. They may run on through. That may be a little bit of relief as well for us. A little better chance for those thunderstorms once we get toward the afternoon. Temperature-wise right now, we are in the 70s. Yes, it's muggy out. 73 degrees right here in Atlanta. You're like 70 degrees right now in Peachtree City, 68 over toward Carrollton, 70 in Georgia's Rome. You're at 71 degrees in Athens and Duluth at the current hour. So it's a bit of a muggy start. We'll see those temperatures begin to rise as the humidity starts to drop a little bit. Still at 80% by 9 o'clock. You're looking at 81 degrees for a temperature by 10 o'clock. That's when a lot of the walkers will start to come through. But I know that they are prepared. Please note this, if you're going to be running this morning or even out here spectating, that we have a yellow caution flag there for the race, which means you just need to take the necessary precautions if you're a runner or if you're going to be out here spectating the race this morning, again, under a code yellow. That could rise to a code red by the time we get to 9 and 10 o'clock. Once the sun begins to rise, it starts to poke out a little bit from those clouds. So we'll keep you updated on that right here. All right, all afternoon long. Keep in mind, if you got plans for this afternoon, as far as your cookout goes, temperatures will be getting up to about 90 degrees for an afternoon high temperature. It's going to be a hot one out there. When you factor in humidity, of course, it's going to feel like the mid-90s. Mid to upper 90s in some spots, so be very careful. Again, those thunderstorms could break out after about 2 o'clock this afternoon, so that may put a damper on some of your plans, but so far the fireworks should be a-okay. We'll have more on that in the full forecast coming up. Cheryl, Aisha, back to you.
All right, everybody, the race is just under an hour away right now as we anticipate the wheelchair division taking off at 6:25.
They're checking the mics. It's getting official pretty soon. They'll turn the music on for everybody to run 6.2 miles. Let's show you the race course. Take a look here. We'll show you what the map's like. We're starting here at Lenox Square. We're very close to the MARTA station at Buckhead. So this is the starting point. 6.2 miles over a lot of hills on a challenging course that will end at Piedmont Park.
All right, so remember, you do want to use MARTA this morning to get down here if you are one of the runners. There are a number of road closures you got to be on the lookout for. Let's start with Peachtree Road from Lenox Road to Peachtree Dunwoody Road. That is a big area. And then the Buckhead Loop from Peachtree Road to Georgia 400. Lenox Road from Peachtree to Ferncliff. This is just a few. We do have that full list for you on 11alive.com.
This first race, as Aisha just mentioned, starts at 6:25 with the wheelchair racers. The elite women kick off at 6:50, and we're anticipating one of those women could set a new course record today. It's going to be a fast field. The elite men start at 7 along with seated races. The last group of runners, 50,000 friends gathering here at the 4th of July starting at 8:30.
We are going to have full team coverage for you throughout the morning. Here are some of the faces you are going to see. Jerry Carnes is going to join us from the finish line. And then later this morning, we're going to also hear from Crash Clark, who is taking part in today's race with our runner cam, along with Christy Diaz. They're going to be doing the whole route. We have some of our runner cam team already here behind the camera getting pumped up this morning. We're going to bring you much more of the key moments from the Peachtree guys. We are rocking and rolling. We're getting close.
Getting very close, stretching out.
Yeah. You know, we're not running.
They run, we watch.
At the expo, everybody kept saying, are you running? Are you running? This is hard work. Don't downplay us standing here talking on this microphone.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. So we'll have much more coverage throughout the morning. Things getting real exciting. We're also watching the news of the morning for you in studio. Ariana Maniz has that for you. Good morning, Ariana.
Good morning, Aisha and Cheryl. Right now, DeKalb County Police needs your help finding a little girl they believe has been kidnapped by her father. Take a look at your screen. This is Camille Jones and her father, Jeffrey Jones. Police say she was last seen May 20th in Decatur with her father near Wesley Club Drive, and that's not too far from Wesley Chapel Road. Now, police fear the two may have left the state. If you have seen them or know where they can be, call police immediately. In Cobb County, 25 people are without a home on this 4th of July after a possible lightning strike. It happened at an apartment complex on Riverside Parkway in Austell. Just look at this damage. The roof is destroyed, and you can see other significant damage to this apartment complex. 10 units were involved. Now, many of you will be celebrating the 4th today with some fireworks, so we're helping you stay safe. Firefighters say watering your lawn beforehand is a good idea so sparks do not catch dry grass on fire. Separate the fireworks so you don't accidentally set off others, and never relight a dud, and for the kiddo sparklers may seem like a safe option, but those can easily burn skin. And we're continuing our coverage of the AJC Peachtree Road Race, which is about 50 minutes from kickoff. You're looking at a few photos from last year's race. Now, one man, he will continue his mission today to participate in 50 races, and today he'll be 7 races away. Paul Simpson has a secret weapon he uses to compete, and that's science. I got a chance to learn exactly how he puts it all to use.
We did it! For some, the AJC Peachtree Road Race is just a 10K.
Nice day for going walking and running.
For Paul Simpson, there's a science behind it all.
It's physics, because when you run up the hill, I don't want to be doing this. You wear yourself out.
Simpson, once a health physicist with the CDC, uses his scientific knowledge to his advantage.
Take that stride, and you still be at the top of the hill before these guys who run at full speed, because you bring yourself up and run up the hill going against gravity.
Gravity and the law of motion carried him to the finish line 42 years in a row. This race is his 43rd. His goal is to make it to 50.
If I get to 43, I got 50. Hey, what's the problem? I'm there now.
His journey to 50 started decades ago.
You remember this race?
I remember that, and that was, see, I started in 1980, but you can see when I got plenty. I can go with the big boys, see?
It's now a yearly tradition. He trains by running 3 miles a day to prepare his body for the high and low moments of the 6.2-mile run.
Which is usually the first half of the race you're good. It's the second half where you have the taller hills and more distances you had to be prepared. I always have enough energy. I'm gone. It was no big deal.
And when he's not preparing for a run,
I am a collector of objects and things.
He's collected every moment of his years running the Peachtree, like the time he ran with his family.
It was a very exciting day. And it was so exciting that I feel like I didn't even win a race that day.
Keeping every medal and shirt from each race.
See how you see Peachtree standing out underneath there?
And just like the law of physics states, objects in motion will stay in motion.
You know, I don't know when to stop. That's the problem.
Simpson says he too will always stay in motion, moving to the finish line.
Gravity comes in. It's falling down the hill. I'm floating.
Speaking of the Peachtree Road Race, we're going to head back out to meteorologist Chesley McNeil, who's live on top of Cardiac Hill. And just imagine you're running up a hill, you're tired, you're in the sun, but you make it to the top of the hill and you see Chesley. What a pleasant surprise.
Don't discourage the people, Ariana. Jeez.
Oh, they're going to run back down.
We're here to root them on. Actually, as they're running up, we are here to root them on. Hey, we're going to get your forecast going for the total day. We know you got plans for the AJC Peachtree Road Race, and you got plans this afternoon, maybe even tonight. Well, let's get you started with the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Well, first of all, temperatures are starting off in the 70s. It's a bit muggy on the outside. Yeah, those dew points are up there as well. Just a few clouds overhead right now. There may be a sprinkle or two, but for the most part, the winds are calm as well. We get a little breeze every now and again between these buildings. How about for your cookout this afternoon? Hopefully you'll get started cooking a little early, right? Highs will be right around 90 degrees. Now, we won't hit that until about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon, but you want to get started early. I would say around the noon hour before those showers get in. Those thunderstorms are a little bit more likely once we get past 2 o'clock. So at least you'll have your food done. You can just rush it inside and maybe eat on the inside if a thunderstorm happens to form over your area. 40% chance. Doesn't mean everybody will get wet, but be on the lookout for some of those thunderstorms to be around. How about your fireworks forecast? Well, we're looking at some clouds overhead. Rain should be ending by the time we get to 8, 9 o'clock. We'll have about a 20% chance by the 9 o'clock hour. So between 9 and 10 o'clock, most of us will be A-OK. Temperatures by then will be in the 80s. So yeah, the short sleeves. Make sure you're donning your red, white, and blue for Independence Day today. Not a bad one at all. And with the clouds, you know, with those fireworks, it's a kind of a ricochet effect, right? You get to see the fireworks mirroring off those clouds. So I like it when there's clouds out and we have the fireworks around. Some of you will see clearer skies, well, anywhere from partly to mostly cloudy skies by the time we get to 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So there you have it, your holiday forecast. We're going to continue to see this pattern as we head through the rest of the week. We're talking about hot temperatures and then afternoon scattered thunderstorms will be around. We're going to talk more about that and the full forecast coming up. All right, let's go back to the start of the
started
race.
to fan herself with her paperwork that we have out here. It's her first year with us, so little does she know we are just getting started. The sun hadn't even come up yet.
That's true. And when the sun comes up, they'll hang that enormous American flag over the start line. We've got some company with Atlanta Police here, starting at the start line here, as more and more volunteers are showing up. 20,000 people will help make this happen, volunteering their time before the day is said and done.
And we're going to be here to get you ready and to give you the behind-the-scenes look. Stay with us. We will be right back on 11 Alive Morning News.
11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
we begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 54th running of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. 50,000 participants taking part, covering 6.2 miles through the streets of Atlanta here on the 4th of July. So many people taking part, from the volunteers to race officials to the participants, of course, all coming together in a number of ways. All 50 states will be represented at this year's AJC Peachtree Road Race. It's not a surprise that the overwhelming majority will come from Georgia. 91% of this year's field is from the Peach State. 9,608 runners will be taking part for the very first time, while 522 participants have run at least 40 Peachtrees prior to this one. Water stops line the Peachtree course. There's basically one every mile. 2.75 million fluid ounces of water will be available for runners. Need some added relief? 800 porta potties line the course. You have to be at least 10 years old to take part. 129 10-year-olds will take part this year. Betty Lindbergh will be the oldest participant. She's 98. More than 4,000 volunteers will log more than 40,000 hours setting up, then cleaning up after the race. And happy birthday to the 134 Peachtree participants who will blow out the candles on the 4th of July. They'll celebrate on the crowded streets of Atlanta, along with thousands of their closest friends. Of course, we have to say happy birthday to America as well. Here are some more important numbers. 8. That's the most wins by any individual athlete in the history of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Tatiana McFadden has won the women's wheelchair division 8 different times. That race begins at 6:25, a little less than an hour from now. And then the number 49 is important. And Cheryl and Aisha, we're going to throw it back to you at the starting line to talk about the group of runners who are taking part in honor of someone who has taken part in 49 Peachtree Road Races.
And Jerry, there are so many phenomenal behind-the-scenes stories that we have been telling this year, and we are so honored to bring you this one of a longtime Peachtree runner that is getting a special recognition.
Jimmy Hattle ran this race 49 times. He always wanted to run at 50. That was his goal, but he passed away before he could complete it. So the community is helping finish what he started. You might think most Peachtree Road Race stories begin outside on a track. But this one starts inside in a community of faith, First United Methodist Church in Douglasville. It's where Jimmy Hattle grew up.
Jimmy was born on Valentine's Day, 1940. Was so appropriate because he had the biggest heart you ever knew.
He was quarterback for his high school football team and served as a lieutenant in the Army. In Douglasville, he was Mr. Peachtree.
So he also was super patriotic, and so July 4th was, like his Super Bowl. Year after year, worn and tattered, he loved his Peachtree shirts.
Nothing could keep Jimmy away from the Peachtree. In September of 2006, Jimmy suffered a heart attack and still made it to the finish line in 2007. But last year, just 2 weeks after completing his 49th race, Jimmy Hattle passed away following a brain aneurysm, just one race short of his lifetime goal of running 50 Peachtrees.
Well, I was there when he passed, and it was very emotional.
Jimmy's death left everyone heartbroken, but they resolved to finish what he started. While speaking at his funeral, Pastor Roger Vest came up with an idea of running Jimmy's 50th Peachtree for him.
I just had this idea. I came up. I said, I think it'd be a neat way of honoring him. This thought just came to me. And after the service, I talked to Dawn DeClerc, and she said, several of us from his spin class are already talking about this. We're going to make this happen.
And they'll be running in Jimmy's Peachtree t-shirts that Dawn and Kip sold to raise money for his favorite Douglasville charity, Loving Hands.
Then I'll run wearing, representing Jimmy for his year of 1977.
What began at a funeral is now a real celebration of life. 49 Jimmys running for what would have been his 50th race.
What a better way to celebrate my dear friend than to be able to do this for him.
Team Hattle is about 50 people strong, so a wonderful way to honor a 49-year road race legacy.
Looking forward to seeing that moment today. Meteorologist Hezzy McNeil, we're sending it to you on Cardiac Hill right now. Hey, I'm feeling pretty good. I got a little slight breeze going on here. Humidity is high, but sun's not even up yet. I think we're at a good place right now.
Hey, you did it. That's it. That's all they need to know, right? We're looking at a decent start. Now, keep in mind, as a runner, with the humidity as high as it is, you need to take your time. There is a code 11, or caution 11, which means caution, not 11, a caution yellow. A code yellow for the race. Runners need to know to take the necessary precautions. But if you're a runner, you already know what that means. With the humidity as high as it is, you need to take it easy. All right? I know you're trying to win, get that time, but take it easy, all right? Let's get your forecast rolling for today, and we're looking at the clouds in place. A few sprinkles coming out of those clouds, especially over toward Cobb County, into Douglas County as well. Paulding County is seeing just a few sprinkles around. Thunderstorms more likely once we get into the afternoon. I'm thinking after about 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. Temperature-wise, we're in the 70s. Yep, it's muggy on the outside. 73 degrees in Atlanta. 70 in Georgia's Rome. Got 73 degrees in Gainesville. Athens at 71. 72 down toward Thomaston. A couple 60s in place. You got 68 degrees in Carrollton. 68 also in Blairsville at the current hour. Wazometer is how we rate your weather on a scale from 1 to 11. If you're new to town and you're looking at this thing, you're saying, what is that? Well, a 6 out of a possible 11. You know, what does that mean for us? Well, there could be some scattered showers around later on this afternoon. It's going to be on the warm side. Now, 90 is where we should be for this time of year, but when you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like the mid-90s out there. So take the necessary precautions. If you've got pool in mind today, should be okay, at least for the early half of the day. Once we get into 2, 3 o'clock, start watching the skies because there could be a couple thunderstorms around. We're seeing the thunderstorms die out this morning, especially off to our west and southwest. Looking at parts of southern Alabama where those thunderstorms are starting to die out. Again, the chance for a shower could break out at any time, but a little bit more likely once we get into the afternoon. Stationary boundary, almost splitting the state in half. It's along that boundary that we're going to see those thunderstorms really begin to erupt. And you can see where we have a level 1 threat. That dark green shade is a level 1 threat, or what we call a marginal risk for severe weather. That means isolated strong to severe thunderstorms are possible today. Winds would be the major threat with that. Those winds could be as high as 58, 60 miles per hour. Maybe even some hail associated with a few of those. Here it is, our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. It shows by this afternoon. There you go, 2:30, where we see those scattered showers breaking out. There will be some embedded thunderstorms, and some of those could pack quite a punch as far as the wind speeds go. We'll start to see that die out closer to the 9 o'clock hour. Good news for the fireworks, right? Should be dry enough that you can get out there and watch those fireworks. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, we'll have the clouds in place, and then by the afternoon, more of those scattered showers will pop up. 30 to 40% chance by Wednesday afternoon. We'll do it again on Thursday. A little lower of a chance. We'll give it a 30% chance once we get to Thursday, but the threat for the showers will remain in the forecast really for the rest of the week, headed into the weekend. Lowest threat would be Saturday. We'll give it an 8 on the wazometer, 91 degrees for the high temperature. The heat index that day probably will make it up to about 99. Looking at temperatures remaining in the 90s for the end of the work week and the start of next week as well. Hey folks, don't go anywhere. We got much more for you coming up from the AJC Peachtree Road Race. Happy 4th of July.
They're on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Live News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and...
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strong...
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here at the start line. Welcome back here at the start line of the AJC Peachtree Road Race. We are about to get started here in less than 30 minutes with the wheelchair racers taking off at 6:25.
Yeah, they've just pulled up behind us, which is amazing. And they just officially rolled out the start line that they stick to the asphalt. It's down, so that makes it feel official.
Yeah, so let's give you a little bit of breakdown of what's going to go down today and exactly what time. So you can catch that coverage leading up to the race starting at 6. Be sure to stay tuned. We're going to be back on air with reaction to the race at 8, and then some parts of it you may have missed. Again, our coverage starts at 8 and will continue until 9. We thank you guys for joining us this morning and staying with us from 4:30 to 6. Remember, we're coming back your way.
All right, more coverage coming up after the break.
By knowing what's coming and we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and...
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the
Running needs nothing. It was born free, goalpost free, finish line free. Running doesn't care Whether you're breaking records or setting a record for breaks, running needs nothing.
What's their time usually they get here? About 20 minutes?
About 20 minutes for the men, so about 6:45.
That's what I think that's probably good.
probably grab that Bill guy after we get the sound with the winners.
Yeah, I think that's what it's doing.
Yeah. You hear me say the interpreter for last year? She was at the press conference. Good lady, right?
I had to interview him.
Oh my God! God bless you.
And there was no place for me.
I know.
There was no. It was weird.
I know. I give you a lot of credit. Years of evil. That's pulling teeth.
What's that? Yeah, probably maybe 5 minutes. Better off with about 30, 31 minutes, right? 32. Let's put it this way, fast or 9.
Well, the helicopter's close, so that's a good sign.
When I was watching women's time. Over the years, I would watch the women's winning times, and then they started getting faster and they stopped looking. Can I tell you what happened this year? No. So, of course, with the fall, I'm going to talk. Yeah, we're still their partner. back. Guys, you gotta stay back.
Guys, get up on the curb. Will you pull that gate closed? Pull that gate closed.
Close the gate. Close it. Here we come.
It's the 4th of July.
Jason.
Ready to go down?
Fourth running of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution Peachtree Road Race. Keep making that noise. Scrolling down 10th Street. We got our Chick-fil-A pals on 7th Street. see the finish line. Welcome, welcome, y'all. Working hard. I see it. I see the arms flipping. I see the fun in your eyes. You worked hard this morning. Good stuff, y'all. Good stuff. Right as she smiles across the finish line. We're asking you all to be right here, back at the dead now. We're at the finish line. 54-20.
We're not doing it on this camera. I'm sorry. What about you? Usually when they want to be interviewed, they have like an Jerry interviewed the mayor. I didn't see him walk by.
Let's hear it for the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens. We also have here on the only person in history that has completed every running of the Atlanta General Constitution Peachtree Road Race. He crossed the line on a ceremonial last time. Mr. Bill Thorne, everybody. Bill Thorne. Is this your last film? We're going to do the award. We also have here Senator Raphael Warnock. Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock is here. A multi-time Peachtree finisher. We'll bring him up on stage to read our winners out. Between the senator, the mayor, and the legend Bill Thorne, and we will hand out those awards. Our top three winners awards. Third place, Ian Wang. In second place, Daniel Resch. Second year in a row, last session, awards for other commissioners, here in Peachtree and around the world. Let's hear it for Susanna Scaroni. Let's all give it up to Mr. Curtis Ward.
I'll go give you some hits from people crossing here, and then I'll go over to. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll just stay here for 9 and just roll on this for a little bit, and then you call me back when you let me know when you want me to go over there and do the feature. Or just text me because I'm gonna have. You know what? I'm gonna go back to IFB, so just text me. All right, great. Hey, can you go ahead and flash me back into an IFB so I at least can have...
Thank you. guy. He's looking to do an interview with me. Mara, yeah. Mara is Oh, she was? Yeah. She's got a blue jacket on. She Jen? I think she's with a photon. Okay. She's got long dark hair. Okay. Blue jacket. White lady, black lady? Yeah. White lady, black lady? White lady.
News.